bitch-ass white boy. You the boy. A revolution starts when two or more people decide to break the same law against the government. In the first law, he complained about is I'm smoking weed at the park. This bitch-ass white boy tells me I'm smoking weed outside the courthouse. What? You're a liar,
you will. You will swirl around.
How y'all doing? Excuse me. Mr. T, how you doing? All right. When you coming? I said, thank you.
I swear I will.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
No, del vamos, se soltan y
Oh, she has to come down and get it?
Yeah, she's not allowed to bring anything into the court.
Even Lauren LaBelle?
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
even though Esther thinks differently. She's like, why aren't you calling me? Because I don't have my fucking phone. I'm not allowed to bring, like, how many times I gotta tell you, lady?
She's not there today, so...
I know. See how happy she was? Lady's a fucking cunt. She's so damn assy.
Not a lot?
They're not.
I just saw everybody come out here.
I know. It's like, we're like sheep. We're like...
They're laughing at me in my house when I was throwing those seeds. You're wasting your time. Just go to Home Depot, buy a plant, stick it in. No, I refuse. I refuse. Now they're all saying, oh, it looks really nice.
Good for you.
Got Diane. I tried doing it, and it didn't work for us. Waste of time.
Your husband still alive?
Yeah. Yeah, he's still fighting it.
Damn. Fighting it for 10 years, right? Plus?
Yeah, I think he came back. He said, you know what? He goes, the radiation, as sucky as it is, it fixed my back. He ends up having back problems. Somehow it fucking the radiation. He goes, they fucked up my stomach from the back.
There we go. Look at the positive.
Marking that out, let's go to chambers.
Oh, yeah.
Then we were talking, we went to the festival.
Greek?
Yeah. He won a bottle of wine. I don't know, I shut it off because I was getting yelled at.
Oh, it's Freddie. Where is he? Madison is shot.
Look at him. Sitting like a king under there. What's he saying? What's the move? You give him the finger? that I
Puppy,
got. Yeah.
brother love,
This is right.
however you want to call him.
Big fan, huh?
Who, me?
No.
Gentlemen, thank you very
All
much.
right, all right. It's a question I've only answered like 60 fucking times.
Just have a sign.
Moses?
Yes.
How are you?
Good.
Nice
How you
to see you
doing?
again.
You too. I didn't recognize you with the goatee. For real? Were you guys
Hey everybody, I'm Jesse Weber and welcome to Law&Crime's live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. A lot happening today. I say that every day, but there is always a lot happening. This is one of those cases where I feel like every day is important in the prosecution's case. And I'll get into who the witnesses are. We're going to have Elizabeth Milner up, our Law&Crime reporter, who just exited the courtroom, talk to us about today's testimony. And we have an all-star panel to take your questions for the next hour or so. Everything that happened today, everything that's been happening in this case. But I also have to call out the fact that we have viewers all across the world. We have viewers from Australia, Slovenia, Germany, the UK, California, Canada, Maryland, Wisconsin, Stone Mountain, Georgia, New Jersey. So thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. We'll take your questions. But I want to go to Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's reporter, outside the courthouse right now. A lot happening today, Elizabeth, and I want to start with the fact that Frank Piazza, this digital forensics expert, took the stand. Why was he so important to today's testimony and the trial in general?
Well, Jesse, first off, I have to say it was perfect timing because the ambulance just passed by me as you were asking me this question. Also, I just want to shout out Germany for watching this. Little known fact about me is I actually grew up in Germany. But just as far as Frank Piazza's testimony goes, I was really kind of looking forward to his testimony. What did he have to say just about the Intercontinental Hotel video and just dissecting it to make kind of a compilation video of it for the government after the government asked them to. And so there were a lot of objections in the interim of this, even before Frank Piazza took the witness stand, mainly because the defense didn't like the idea of this compilation video going back as an exhibit when the jury does go forward and deliberate on this case, and that is coming obviously later on. But as far as the compilation video that we saw, it was kind of what it sounds like, a compilation video of the surveillance video from the Intercontinental Hotel incident, as well as the cell phone video that was taken by Officer Israel Flores, who now works for LAPD. However, at the time, he was working for security for the hotel. And so what we see in this particular compilation video is the first 10 seconds, Cassie is walking with her black bag, walking down the hallway in the direction of her camera. The next 20 seconds, we see multiple angles of Cassie walking down that hallway. You can see black frames kind of where Frank Piazza had spaced out just the differences as far as the camera angles go. So for example, if one camera angle shows Cassie walking before they go to the next camera angle, they put a black frame in there. And that was just something that the government did because the defense kind of didn't like it just playing in full, making it present to the jury like this was just the events that had happened. So what they did was put those black frames in. Then the next 4 minutes of the video, you can see Diddy running down the hallway. He's kicking, he punches Cassie, he drags Cassie once he meets her in that elevator bank, elevator lobby, which we've already seen at this point. Then Diddy grabs Cassie's bags. Cassie makes a call using that hotel phone on the wall. And then Diddy walks back to the hotel room. He reemerges without Cassie's bags. He grabs a cell phone from Cassie. He throws a vase at Cassie. Then the next 5 minutes of that video, because this video was about 11 minutes and 30 seconds altogether. And so we see Cassie using the hotel video. Diddy says something to her. Cassie puts her hands up. Then Israel Flores arrives to the elevator. You see the cell phone video at that point kind of take over. So before we were just watching the surveillance video and how it was compiled together. But when Officer Flores appears, you can see that is the cell phone video that he had taken of just the native system that Frank Piazza calls it. So it was essentially Officer Israel Flores taking cell phone video from the surveillance system that they had at the hotel in 2016. And so then you kind of see the cell phone video zoom in a little bit. And if you go back to Officer Flores's testimony, you see that cell phone zoom in because he was like making a comment about his shoes. And mind you, everyone, while we're watching this video, there is no audio to it. So it's not like we're hearing the words that were exchanged between Cassie and Diddy. None of that. We're not hearing Officer Israel Flores and his, I guess, commentary over the cell phone video. None of that. It was complete silence. And so then we see Cassie walk away. Israel Flores makes a call on the hotel phone. It ends the cell phone video portion of just that compilation, I should say. Then you see Diddy reappearing in the hallway. Officer Flores follows behind him. Diddy and Israel Flores are seen talking in this hallway. Cassie reemerges on the opposite side of the hallway, goes towards the hotel room. Then you see Israel Flores, Diddy, Cassie go off camera. Cassie reemerges holding her bags. Then Officer Flores reemerges. Then Diddy reemerges holding a cell phone. And so by the end of the clip, what you see is Diddy putting that cell phone to his ear, and then the video ends. And so as far as just kind of where we were from this video altogether, it was something that we've already seen. But in this sequence that Frank Piazza put together, we're kind of seeing just a sequence of events. And again, there are black frames kind of in the middle of that. But I think what's also interesting, Jesse, is that Frank Piazza also examined the sexually explicit videos or the freak-off videos. And so we saw a stipulation from the parties that these videos, which weren't shown in court today, by the way, the jury didn't see any of these videos, but we did see a stipulation between the parties that these videos came from October 8th of 2014, December 4th of 2014, October 14th of 2012, and October 20th of 2012. And there were just multiple videos outside of that. And so what Piazza did with those particular sexually explicit videos is he just enhanced the sound of it. And so again, we didn't see the videos play out in court. We didn't see the jury watching these videos, nothing like that. But according to Frank Piazza's testimony, what they did say, again, is that he enhanced the audio or the sound to these particular videos.
And I understand that the prosecution was trying to make the point that these videos are accurate, they are reliable, they depict what happened. And then real quick on cross, where were they going with this? Because it's an interesting thing. People who've been following this case know, and maybe not the jury necessarily, but us know, 2 days after CNN published the video, the 2016 video of Sean Combs appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura, he comes out on Instagram and apologizes for it. So my thought was they basically abandoned any effort to say, you know, this is a fabrication, this isn't him. They got to say it's him. They've been saying it's more domestic violence and not sex trafficking. Where did they go when questioning Mr. Piazza? I mean, what did they say about this?
Yeah, it was just interesting, the line of questioning during the cross-examination, as it kind of always is, where you're always wondering, where is this going? And so right off the bat, Tinny Garagos, who conducted the cross-examination, was just asking Frank Piazza, what was the source or your understanding of the source of this video and how it came into your possession? Piazza replies that the surveillance video was exported from the native system, and the cell phone video was the recording from the native system. Piazza says that he wasn't sure how the surveillance video itself outside of the the cell phone video came into the government's possession. So I think bottom line is we still don't know how this original surveillance video came to be and how it's still kind of a thing and how the government was able to obtain it. But then we go back to the hotel video showing the elevator bank, showing the lobby. But what the defense was really kind of focusing on during the cross was really just the timestamps, and the timestamps kind of jumping around in between these different cuts of the video. And so we see one timestamp go from 10:50 to 10:56, and then Piazza was kind of explaining that this kind of corrects itself. It has something to do with the motion activated system within the hotel as far as their surveillance video goes, because if you go back to Flores' testimony, he talks about how they were motion activated cameras. So even at a point where it seems like Diddy and Cassie are just kind of standing there in this video, because the motion center isn't kind of connecting that these two are human beings and these two are kind of moving even with their breaths, something like that, still the timestamp can still jump, because again, the cameras for the most part aren't recognizing that these are motion activated, that they're in motion at these particular points. And so really it was just a lot of questioning just about the timestamps and how they were jumping from 11:57 to 12:08, and how it's kind of it's not uncommon for security systems to do these types of things.
Yeah, I don't know if the jury's going to be saying anything was manipulated, or they are going to be taking away that it doesn't accurately depict. I think they get the main crux of it, but this was an important witness. But now we have to talk about the next witness. I know you have to go back to court soon, so I want to talk about her, Brianna Bangolan. And hopefully I'm saying her last name correctly. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Brianna Bangolan. This is a person we've heard about before. We know that she claims Combs held her over a 17th-story balcony. She has filed her own separate lawsuit against him. But here's what's interesting. We find out that apparently she wanted to invoke her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, but she testified now under an immunity order. So she's granted some sort of protection. Was curious, why would she need it? Well, during the course of her testimony today, I think we got the answer to that. What did she testify to so far, Elizabeth? Because I understand she's still on the stand.
Yeah. So Bonna was someone I was really kind of looking forward to her testimony, mainly because I remember covering her civil lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. But even before that, it seemed like Cassie alluded to this incident over hanging Bonna over the 17-story balcony at her apartment in Cassie's lawsuit back from November of 2023. So I feel like that's where the direction of this testimony is leading to. But we did get a little kind of tease of it at the beginning when Bonna had taken the stand. So this particular incident happened in late 2016, where Diddy allegedly held Bonna over that 17-story balcony. She explained that she had bruises and back pain after this particular incident. But as far as just her invoking her Fifth Amendment right and just the immunity order that she was given, I think it had a lot to do with just the drugs and how she would either provide drugs to Cassie. At times she would give Diddy drugs, and she explained that she gave Cassie drugs or sold Cassie drugs like oxy pills and ketamine, whereas with Diddy in particular, that she had at one point given or sold Diddy cocaine. But as far as Bonna's testimony goes, it kind of went vice versa too, where Diddy gave Bonna drugs including ecstasy, cocaine, ketamine, or GHB, and Bonna explained that she didn't do GHB or G, as she calls it on the witness stand, before actually being introduced to the drug by Sean Combs, or Puff as she calls him, while she's testifying on the stand. And so that's where we were kind of getting to, and even the threats that Diddy had allegedly made to Bonna, as far as I'm the devil, I can kill you. And then that's kind of where the lunch break kind of happened. And so we expect kind of more testimony, especially for her direct, to continue once we get back from lunch.
Yeah, and I see we already have questions coming in about how her testimony relates to the overall case. We will talk about that. Before I let you go, Elizabeth, real quick, any reaction from the jury today that you thought was notable? Any reaction from Diddy you thought was notable?
Yeah, so as far as Diddy goes today, I did think at times that, you know, since the surveillance video was played over and over and over again, there might be points that he would look away or kind of look towards the witness stand or just something, because when these like really kind of hard pieces of evidence against him kind of come about, he normally just kind of looks straight to the witness stand. He doesn't have any much reaction. But as far as when Tinny Garagos, for example, was doing the cross-examination of Frank Piazza, I did see him just very intently looking at that computer screen as the video video kept playing over and over again. Even as they're going frame by frame by frame of this video, I saw him looking at the timestamps, or presumably looking at the timestamps, but definitely keeping his eyes on this video. Even when Bonnet took the witness stand, I will say that I did see Diddy kind of turn around in his chair at the defense table, watch her walk into kind of the bullpen area where all the lawyers sit, where the jury sits, and watched her as she took the witness stand. Now, as far as the jurors are concerned, I will say I did see them, especially during Frank Piazza's testimony, definitely kind of monitoring and looking at all the exhibits that are shown to them in front of their kind of computer screens right in front of them. Even during the cross-examination, when they were going time code by time code, frame by frame, timestamp by timestamp, you know what I mean, that they were all kind of intently looking at it from the angle that I could see. And I know a lot of people are like, we need to get Elizabeth a better angle, but the public sits on the best side to see the jurors. I just want to say that we are always trying to get try to see a reaction from us on the press side, but one day we'll get there, hopefully.
Hopefully. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And, you know, I wish we get more questions about your time in Germany. Maybe we'll talk about that on Sidebar, because you're going to come on Sidebar later today, give us a full breakdown of the all the day's events. So thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so now we get to bring in our expert panel on all of this as we take your questions for the next hour. I'm joined by criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer, criminal defense attorney William Corman, and in studio with me, trial attorney and legal analyst Misty Maris. Great to have you all here. Misty, I'm going to start with you since you're in studio with me. Is this the reason why Brianna Bangolin needed immunity? Is it the idea that she is what maybe the prosecution is going to characterize a co-conspirator in the racketeering criminal enterprise because of the drugs?
I had a feeling that this was going to be drug related. Keep in mind, anytime that there's distribution or use of drugs, that could be criminal activity. So she's going to be testifying about the use of drugs, obtaining drugs for these individuals. And so it doesn't even have to go so far as to be a co-conspirator in the racketeering enterprise. It could be enough just that she's involved in that drug distribution, and she's not going to want to, under oath, get up there and start talking about that and presumably open herself up to criminal consequences.
She's not the first person in this case who's asked for some sort of protection. Right. Got a question from Shop Girl. Is Jesse Weber a lawyer? I am, believe it or not, an attorney. Passed the bar, went to law school, passed the bar, practiced for several years, got out of it. My fellow panelists are much braver than I am. I went into TV, but they are fighting the good fight. Okay, so Safa, let me go to you. This is a question from Shai. Can Diddy be subpoenaed? I guess the question is, can he be subpoenaed and compelled to testify in this criminal case?
No, he cannot. Mr. Combs has the right to remain silent, and of course he's going to exercise that right. It's a constitutional right, so he cannot be subpoenaed to testify. Now, if he makes the choice to testify on his own behalf, he has the right to do that as well, but he cannot be subpoenaed. He cannot be compelled to testify.
William, we've got a question from Olivia E. How does Bangolin's testimony play into the prosecution's case of RICO and other charges?
Well, I think it's key testimony, and I think that's why the prosecution not only wanted to have her there, but also was willing to give her immunity. The acts that she's testifying to regarding the drugs, I think, are very important. I think what she saw in the room, she's one of those people that they actually put in the room where it happened, and I think her testimony is key. I anticipate that we're going to hear her talking about exactly what Diddy was doing in the room, Diddy's relationship with guns, Diddy's relationship with violence, Diddy's relationship with drugs, and all those things are key. Again, if the government didn't think she was important, I doubt they would have given her immunity in the first place.
There are three things I think she does, and I agree with you. One, she corroborates Cassie's testimony about abuse. Two, she talks about the threats, the violence, which goes to this overall pattern of criminal conduct for the racketeering charge. I mean, if you look at the opening paragraphs of pick which indictment you want, there's been a number of them, but if you look at it, it talks about how Sean Combs used his resources and his business and his staff to further a campaign of abuse against women. This just highlights it. And three, drugs, one of the underlying predicate crimes of racketeering. The prosecution has to prove too, there's arson, there's kidnapping, there's forced labor, there's drug offenses. And if you're talking about supplying drugs that were used potentially in freak-offs or just used in general, and you're talking about this criminal enterprise, she was allegedly a part of it or not, that helps to further this. Again, racketeering conspiracy couldn't have agreed with himself to further criminal activity. He had to have an agreement with others, including the people around him. Okay, got a question for you, Misty. This is from YouTube Me. How can the defense differentiate between a celebrity couple's efforts to maintain their privacy from public scrutiny versus bribery for a crime in relation to the video with Diddy and Cassie at the hotel? So this is back to yesterday, right? The idea of paying for the tape. Is it a crime, or is it, I'm just protecting me and my girlfriend?
Well, that's actually exactly what the defense was getting at in cross-examination, and I would expect this to be even further explored when you get to the point of summation. Remember, on cross-examination, there was a question specifically asked about the non-disclosure agreement that was signed by the security guard when he accepted the bribe to get rid of the last copy of the tape. And the focus was on a provision that is a carve-out, meaning you can't disclose this to anybody, the existence of the tape. But you know who you can? The government. If you're called via subpoena, you are to comply. This does not stop you from complying with any kind of investigation. So that language would tend to show, from a defense perspective, a very typical NDA, which in every case is going to have that provision. The other piece of it is, Jesse, the testimony said that Cassie did not want to call law enforcement in. So here's my perspective on it if I'm the defense.
Yeah.
You got a great civil case. And I actually see why she settled a case with the Intercontinental for $10 million, which we found out at the end of her testimony. Because you have security guards totally not going by protocol. Obviously, the right thing to do in that situation is to call law enforcement no matter what anybody says. And to preserve the tape. But they didn't do that. So from a civil perspective, excellent failure to secure a case. From a criminal perspective, is it obstruction? And I think when the defense is going to say, well, no one was really stopping him from talking to law enforcement. Look at it, it's right there in black and white.
And bribery of a witness, right? I agree with you. The $10 million, I think I said it once before, like, the prosecution say, good. You think that goes to her credibility about why she's going after Diddy? You know, $10 million.
Did something wrong.
No.
Yeah.
The hotel did something wrong. The only thing I'll push you back on and curious is, the allegation was, did he force Cassie to say, hey, get this tape for us? The other way of looking at it is, according to Eddie Garcia, Combs was like, don't make big purchases. That's a little strange, right?
Right. It makes it sound a bit more nefarious. Is he the one who drafts the NDAs? I would say no. I will say two things, and I agree with you. This is the type of thing that the jury can take in either way. But looking at it from the prism of a defense perspective, I would say, well, Cassie went back to her home with her friend. And her friend wanted to call law enforcement. Cassie did not want that to happen. So that desire to get law enforcement involved kind of takes away from that argument. And I would also say the most harmful part of that NDA to me is that it was not with Sean Combs as an individual. It was with one of Sean Combs' enterprises. Wow. So that's going to link it back into RICO. That this is not just him in his personal capacity. This links back to his businesses, which prosecutors say are just fronts for his criminal activity and racketeering.
Good point. All right, we have a super chat comment from Carol Mogan. Thank you so much. Hi from Australia. Wow, 2:45 a.m. here, getting tired, but worth staying up for the great coverage by Jesse and Elizabeth. Thank you so much, Carol. Really, really appreciate it. I know you were posting questions earlier in the week as well. So if you have any questions, and before you go to bed, shoot them out here. We'll make sure to answer them. Okay, Safa. Question from Zachary Anderline. How can it be RICO if it's just him? Is KK, Christina Coram, going to testify? And if not, shouldn't she be charged as well as his head of security, Fahim Muhammad? Very weird to me. That's a fair question.
Most definitely. And right now he's charged as an individual. He doesn't have any co-defendants, which is really interesting because oftentimes with RICO cases, you see a number of co-defendants, and that's not the case here. So he is charged individually. His team members, including KK, essentially would be a part of that enterprise and further the enterprise, as the government would argue or allege. However, the government wants this testimony, and I do expect that we will hear from her and her testimony to further the RICO charges, to essentially show that, there was this plan, that it furthered the enterprise, that she was, yes, a part of it, and maybe she'll be granted some sort of immunity. The government hasn't gone after anybody else associated with Mr. Combs at the moment, and I don't think that they will. I think that they would have indicted those individuals with Mr. Combs if they intended on going forward with charges against them. But as of right now, he is their focal point, and I think Mr. Combs will continue to be their focal point. And yes, we will hear from some of the individuals, probably KK, in this trial going forward.
So if anybody's interested, we posted, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, a sidebar episode where we took all the critical times that KK has been mentioned in this trial and talking about how it fits into the overall case and whether or not she's going to testify. If you want to check it up, it's on Law&Crime's YouTube page. But here we got a question, William, from Anthony Rosato. This is something we've been getting a lot. Curious if you can provide some commentary on it. If convicted, can the feds go after Diddy's money?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the hallmarks of a RICO case. In a situation like this, you know, the properties that he owns, if any of those, if any of the money went to buy those properties, if anything happened at any of those properties, he has exposure. So his exposure, isn't limited just to his freedom. It isn't just criminal exposure, but there's some financial aspects of it as well. I would be surprised if they didn't. I mean, we've heard testimony about things happening at these different properties at different places he owned. We heard about the freak-offs happening in a number of places. So yeah, that could all be fair game. That could all be up for grabs.
I got a question. I'll throw this back to you, Safa. This is from L. Spelunker. Suge Knight said in his interview he hopes Puff gets on the stand and tells his whole truth. Do you see that happening at all under any circumstances, or is it just too much of a chance to take?
I personally think it's way too much of a chance to take. However, Mr. Combs, he has that right to testify if he chooses. And a lot of times, you know, individuals who are in domestically violent partnerships, they like to control the narrative. I mean, it's clear here that this case was at least rooted in the relationship between him and Miss Ventura was domestically violent in nature. So there's no question about that at this point. Individuals who are engaged in those types of relationships, specifically what would usually be the aggressor, they like to continue to control the narrative. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did ultimately get on the stand and testify. But as a defense attorney, and I'm sure his other attorneys will advise him, we do not want you to get on the stand and testify.
Yeah, sure. It's his choice.
Yeah, it's his choice. And I don't know that him and Suge Knight have always had the best relationship. So
he was accused in this trial of running to Mel's Diner with guns to try to track him down. I mean, look, it goes to the judgment. I mean, Misty, I'll throw it to you. I know you have a comment about this, but it goes to the judgment. This is the same guy who decided it was a good idea 2 days after CNN published the video of him allegedly beating Cassandra Ventura to basically admit it was him on tape. So it kind of corners his defense to say, you know, they can't say, oh, the tape was altered, it's not him. Nope, that goes out the window. So, I mean, you have a comment on him taking the stand?
Well, I do. I had one comment on Suge. Just so happens I was in a segment where we called Suge from prison.
You were on there. Oh, okay.
Yes, I was on that segment, so I heard about his position on how is this a criminal conspiracy, and he raised one of the very questions that one of your viewers raised. How is it a criminal RICO conspiracy of one? He also brought up a potential pardon. He said, I don't think he's worried about it because maybe Trump will pardon him. And he did speak about how he should take the stand. Of course, again, no communication between the two,
right,
but just interesting observations from somebody who might have known him in the past. And that was on air. I happened to be sitting there, a little fly on the wall.
Well, it's because you're everywhere. You're everywhere with this case. Wait, do you really think, not to get political, but do you really think the president would pardon Diddy after all that's come out right now? Again, he's innocent until proven guilty. But how could you know, this is a violent series of crimes that he's accused of. The tape in and of itself is really, really bad. How do you pardon somebody for something like this if he really is convicted?
Well, so the president actually, without getting political again, has the power of pardon and really doesn't have to explain the why. Do I think he will or won't? I don't know. I can only tell you what he said when he was asked about it during a press briefing. The president said, I would take a look at the facts. I haven't really been following it so closely. What I will say that your viewers might find interesting, there won't be a pardon if 50 Cent has anything to say about it, because 50 Cent came out publicly shortly thereafter and said, I'm going to tell President Trump about every bad thing Diddy's ever said about him to take away that possibility of a pardon. But to go back to our legal question, as far as testifying, complete agreement. I think it would be a disaster. A lot of brilliant legal minds on that team, and sometimes when you have a large legal defense team, you might have people coming from different perspectives, but I'm sure the overwhelming advice is, do not do it. It opens up too many doors. That being said, it is always the choice of the client.
So here's an interesting question for all three of my panelists. This is from Amanda Tavares. I'm going to start with you, William. If each of you were jurors and had considered all the presented evidence, I guess so far, would you vote guilty or not guilty on all of the charges, or perhaps only on one? William, I start with you.
So it's unfair. I mean, obviously the defense hasn't had an opportunity to put on their case yet, so we're sort of guessing in a vacuum. But I'll say what I said on the show a few days ago. I do think that the government has shown the RICO, has proven the RICO acts and the predicate offenses. I really do. I think it'd be very difficult, at least as we sit here right now, for Mr. Diddy to be found not guilty of any of these things. So again, recognizing that we haven't heard everything, we've only heard half of some of the stuff. I think the government's doing a very good job of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Safa? I mean, look, it's true. We're in the middle of the case. And I'll also say they haven't even presented evidence directly yet regarding sex trafficking of alleged victim number 2, Jane. She hasn't taken the stand yet. Although, could be argued that based on what they've seen of Cassie so far, maybe, but not really. But you tell me, you think that if you were a juror, would you convict him?
So I have to second what William said, and at the end of the day, the defense hasn't put a case on as of yet. It's the prosecution's burden to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every element of each and every offense. Considering that, and also, yes, I'm a defense attorney. Yes, I'm a person, so I bring my own perspective. Right now, I would come back not guilty. And the reason is because I'd like to hear more, and I don't think that we've gotten specifically to that full enterprise component. I do think that the prosecution is doing a good job at building it up to the point, but proof beyond a reasonable doubt without the defense's case, it's a little bit difficult for me to come back guilty at this point in time.
Misty Maris, you agree?
I would say, as of now, again, not having heard the whole case, because you never know what's going to happen, I think prostitution is pretty much in the bag. From
So
the prosecutor's
transportation
perspective.
to engage in prostitution.
Yeah, I think, and maybe the lesser included, which would just be engaged, which would just relate to prostitution, but you still have to have a crossing state lines because it's federal. I think that's pretty much, I've been established. I think it's tough for the defense to wiggle out of that one. With respect to the rest of it, I don't think we're there yet. And I do think prosecutors are going to have a challenge at the end of this case to put together what their time frame is, right? He's charged with criminal conduct spanning 20 years, right? That's the time frame we're talking about. And right now we've heard witnesses, a chunk of time here, a chunk of time there, 8 years here, 2 years there, 2 years there. The prosecutors are going to have to put together this timeline and really explain how this all comes together from the perspective of what's required under RICO conspiracy. Remember, that's a little bit different. RICO conspiracy requires 2 co-conspirators to commit crimes, 2 predicate crimes of the 10-year span. And also with respect to sex trafficking. So I think there's a bit more of a ways to go for the prosecutors to get there. And I think they're going to have the summation, I can't wait to hear it, because it's really going to have to put together the pieces.
I'm going to give my opinion, even though nobody asked for it, but I'm going to put it anyway. I agree with you. Transportation to engage in prostitution, I think it's incredibly difficult for them to argue against it. I mean, even if you take the fact Cassie said that Jules, who was alleged one of the escorts, particularly in the 2016 incident, that he was in that hotel room, that he was used in multiple cities, okay? So now you have the alleged transportation of him for these freak-offs, these sex acts. And then Cassie says that these freak-offs happen in multiple different locations. So I think you pretty much have that transporting for purposes of not sex trafficking, transporting for purposes of mere sex work, prostitution, paid sex work. I think you have that. Sex trafficking with Cassie, I think you can look at 2 specific events. One, the 2016 Intercontinental alleged attack, right? The idea was that she had left a freak-off. He beats her up, drags her back in the direction of the hotel room. That was the allegation. I think it hits some of the elements that you need for sex trafficking, force, fraud, coercion. And also you look at the allegation that he showed her freak-off tapes on a plane, so they're traveling, They land. She feels that she has, she's trapped. She has no choice. He threatened to release these tapes. He requests a freak off. Within hours, he gets a freak off. I think those are two concrete examples of sex trafficking, racketeering. I think there's 75% there. I think that they've listed out a lot of the underlying predicate crimes, whether it's through Kid Cudi arson, Capricorn Clark kidnapping, Cassie sex trafficking. You talk about the testimonies today, drug offenses, just the overall pattern of abuse and violence. But I agree, the idea of this being an agreement, a criminal agreement that he and his staff and his bodyguards all knew what they were doing. They were all agreeing to criminal activity to serve his interests. Again, 75% there. Okay, question from A. Hey, Jesse, great haircut. You know what? Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been struggling with haircuts recently, so thank you. Appreciate it. If he's not convicted, do any of the witnesses have any type of protection from him or others connected to him? And also shout out to Elizabeth Milner, the best. So, William, I'll throw this to you. If he's not convicted, do any of the witnesses have any type of protection from him or others connected to him?
Well, if they're asking about legal protection, I assume that, if he decided to go after one of these folks, he could then subsequently be charged with interfering with a witness or witness tampering or something along those lines. So if we're talking about criminally, that's how that would play out. I think it'd be unusual for him to turn around and sue witnesses based upon their testimony. They probably have some immunity about testimony they gave during the course of the trial. So I suppose the answer is I think those folks will be okay. Now, we also have heard lots of testimony about Diddy's anger issues and Diddy's propensity towards violence. So could some of these people be worried about it? Yeah, that might be an actual concern they have. There's very little we can do about it if he's found not guilty, other than, be prepared to call 911 if they see cars driving around like they did in front of Kid Cudi's house before the firebombing.
We got a question from Sunshine Bree. I'll throw this to you, Safa. This is a good one. Will the jury receive thorough instructions on RICO law before deliberations to ensure full comprehension? Because I will tell you what, Safa, been doing the lunchtime show now for 4 weeks, been doing sidebars. As much as we try to explain RICO, I don't know if people fully comprehend what this is about, and I don't blame them. It's incredibly complicated, which can actually work for the defense's benefit, right? I mean, there are so many different elements that the prosecution has to prove. What are these jury instructions going to look like regarding RICO? They have to be quite thorough, right?
Absolutely. RICO is a really complicated charge. I expect that the jury instructions, which will be read out to the jurors by the judge verbatim, will be very lengthy. So I can expect, or we can expect, that the jury instructions on that component, or at least the remaining charges as well, will be at least an hour. And the judge will take his time to explain those charges to the jury, explain what they can consider, what they cannot consider, and he will explain it to them as many times as they need to. I've been in trials where the judge will explain to jurors, what the definition is. They'll go back and begin deliberations, and then they'll ask the judge to repeat what a specific definition is for a charge. And in this particular case, it could be the RICO, and the judge will explain that to them as many times as they need.
Yeah, and we'll see if they have any questions during the course of deliberations about it. Okay, super chat question from Maine. Maine, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll throw this to you, William. Thoughts on them introducing the sex videos now? It seems strategic. Also, do you all think KK and D-Rock or Bonds will testify? They've been coming up.
Well, those are multiple questions. I think D-Rock has to testify. I think that's something we talked about a few weeks ago. I think that the government would really want D-Rock to testify, and I think that testimony would be important. As far as the timing of the sex videos, again, I think the prosecution has done a pretty good job of laying out their case chronologically, and I think that the introduction of these videos, it is the appropriate time to bring those up. It's difficult testimony. It's going to be very difficult for the jurors to watch. It's going to be very difficult for the jurors to hear, but nevertheless, it is an important part of the government's case. So I think that the chronology that they've set forth works. I think that it is going to be a dramatic moment, obviously, if the sex videos or when the sex videos are played. So I think the timing of it is appropriate as far as I'm concerned.
Misty, question here from, this is a good one, Enlin DK, who's been so generous this past week and the weeks before just with the questions. So thank you so much. How did they get Eddie Garcia's NDA if he didn't have a copy? And was it even still valid when he didn't get a copy? Interesting.
Well, yeah, interesting. I know that at some point he got a lawyer, right? And they met with the government because initially he lied to the government, right? He said that when he was asked about this, he actually did not tell the truth, and then he got a lawyer, and then the lawyer met with the government. Unclear where the copy came from. Clearly, it exists because we know some of the language in it. Could it have come from the defense side? You have to go back. There's something called the 3500 material. This is a little bit of inside baseball. It's all the stuff that's exchanged and witness statements that are made to the government prior to trial that's exchanged between the parties. And that would tell you where any given piece of evidence might have come from that the jury might not need to know the how or the why, so it's not presented in open court.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Yeah.
All right, so one of the things that I love about this lunchtime show is not only do we take your questions and have an expert panel with me, but we also have the court updates. So we are live right now in court. Obviously, there's no cameras, there's no recording equipment, but we can break down in real time what is happening. So they're back. The judge just says anything before we bring the jury in. Prosecutor says no disputes. There's some laughter. But we now think Jane, who we believe is alleged victim number 2, will not get on the stand today given how this is going. We would like to get Enrique Santos on today, sub-exhibits for Jane and tech issues, and the judge says okay. You know, Safa, that's interesting because I think Jane Doe number 2, even if you base it based on the opening statements, is arguably, you know, the second most important witness behind Cassie Ventura. I mean, obviously alleged victim number 2, but her account is from 2020 on, right? I mean, she's more recent in time than Cassie. What are you anticipating from her testimony?
I think what we can expect from her is, you know, the nature, she's going to testify to the nature of her relationship with Mr. Combs, what that relationship was like, what type of conduct they engaged in together, you know, or to the extent of their relationship, if she was a girlfriend or whatever the case may be. I think it's more important because it is more recent in time. And sometimes when things are further behind, you know, in the timelines, you know, people can sort of dismiss or do away with it because it was so long ago. But to hear testimony of, and what I expect she's probably going to testify to is certain types of abuse, a pattern of abuse and domestic violence, possibly the sexual activity and the trafficking component, which is more closer in time right now, that I think will resonate with the jury also. And more importantly, it corroborates other witness statements, Ms. Ventura's statement, which we already know has been testified to, and it's pretty clear through the footage and through the corroborating testimony on her behalf and other witnesses. I think this second witness is going to continue to drive the point home of the alleged conduct or the alleged criminal conduct of Mr. Combs.
Got a question, super chat question from Melissa Batanzas Done. This is for you, William. 2 RICO cases focus on entertainment in a few years. Would you think that we'll be seeing more RICO against Hollywood and entertainment people?
That's a great question. Maybe. I don't really know how to answer that question. What I can tell you is this. RICO is a very, very, very powerful tool for the government to wield in criminal cases. It allows them to bring up all sorts of conduct that individuals aren't actually charged with. So it does enable the government to sort of stretch back, and as Misty said before, look at timelines from some time ago in order to show criminal conduct that's been ongoing for a while and is current criminal conduct. So it's a powerful tool for the government. As we're learning, it's also complicated. And Jesse, as you said before, it's a complicated instruction. It's difficult to wrap one's head around. So again, I think the government uses RICO whenever they have the opportunity to, simply because it allows them to expand the scope of the case, but it does come with costs, and I think it can be difficult to prove.
Now, I want to talk about something. And Misty, I'm going to throw it to you. This might be a little bit of an in-depth question. I think, despite how much we're talking about the prosecution meeting certain elements, I think the defense has been doing a fantastic job, whether it's striking at the credibility of certain witnesses or trying to say that even if we accept things as true, it doesn't amount to these federal crimes. This might be a longer answer, but what stands out to you in the last 4 weeks of some of the real strengths of the defense's case? What have they done well that might raise reasonable doubt?
Absolutely. So from the defense perspective, the defense case has been really focused on separating Combs as an individual versus Combs as part of this criminal enterprise. We even heard some of this yesterday when the CFO was on the stand and testifying about how intermingled Combs' businesses are with Combs himself. Now, keep in mind, we have to go back to the operative document, and this is the criminal indictment. And that criminal indictment says that Combs' businesses, so keep in mind, think about the multifaceted businesses that he's running during this time. He is one of the biggest stars in the world. He's running a record label. He's got an alcohol brand. He's got a clothing brand. All of these things. All of those businesses are basically fronts for him to conduct racketeering activity, meaning committing crimes with co-conspirators. And what the defense has really tried to do right from the beginning with respect to racketeering, but also with sex trafficking, is painting Combs and the individuals who are involved in the case, namely Cassie Ventura. We're going to be hearing from Jane, who's victim number 2, that's charged conduct relating to sex trafficking, that these were personal relationships. These were bad, horrific, toxic, horrible, domestic violence ridden personal relationships that were just that. They do not go beyond that scope of personal relationships, and to do so, they utilized electronic footprint. And I would say that this was particularly impactful, not only with Cassie, where you have many messages which tend to show that she was a willing participant in the freak-offs. And remember, when we get to that verdict sheet, you're going to be seeing a component of intent on Diddy's part. So what was his intent? Did he know that she wasn't a willing participant? So the defense is working towards that. We also see that it even goes a step further. So they're looking to establish that they were willing participants by using electronic footprint. And I would say this also happened with Mia. Mia's testimony was super compelling. But let's go back to the documents. Go back to the documents and say, what was the contemporaneous mindset? Let's look at the text messages. Let's look at the Facebook, I'm aging myself, but look at social media posts.
Right.
And I think with Mia, where the defense really got some headway, because you get it, you post nice things about your boss who is abusive to you while you work for him, and maybe that's because you have to do it, but you don't have to do it after you leave work. And so a lot of this goes back to contemporaneous mindset. Remember that, and the defense is going to focus on
Look,
that.
I will say this is not a clean prosecution. No. This is not a clean case. I will go on record right now saying I think this deliberation is going to take some time. Yeah, they say the trial it's going to last another 4 weeks. I think that when it hits deliberations, you might be looking at several days to weigh the credibility of these witnesses and whether or not, if they find that the credit. And let me throw this to you, William. Do you think if the jury says, I don't know, Cassie's testimony, I don't necessarily believe it, could that affect the credibility of other witnesses or other alleged victims who've testified?
Well, sure, of course, because again, she's one of the linchpins in the case here. So if they have problems with her testimony, then you sort of question everybody across the board. I mean, like Misty said, the digital footprints in this case are enormous. And that's where, as you said so correctly, the defense has done a fantastic job just sort of showing text after text after text. So, yeah, I think her credibility is absolutely going to get called into question. I agree with you. I think the deliberation is going to be very long. I anticipate the jury's going to have tons of questions and ask the judge to re-instruct them. The RICO instruction alone is a complicated instruction in federal court, and I think that it's going to take quite some time to instruct the jury. I think that the problem with jury instructions is they're literally read to the jurors. After a period of time, they just begin to tune out. So without a doubt, they're going to have questions and need to have part of it read to them again. I do think deliberation is going to take some time. I'm guessing if it's only 4 days, I'd be surprised. I'm guessing we're probably looking at a week or longer.
Yeah, you could be right. Okay, we have super chat questions coming in. Thank you so much. Nay, thank you so much. I'll go to you, Safa. Will Gene Deal testify, who we know has been quite vocal in the past year and a half, the former security guard of Sean Combs? Will Gene Deal testify? Also, could any of the state's alleged crimes happen in now? Can they bring forth charges, especially if Diddy gets a pardon? I guess the question is, can they bring state charges if he's ultimately acquitted or pardoned at the federal level? So 2 questions there from Nene. Safa, is Gene Deal going to testify, and could they ever bring state charges?
I expect that he will testify. Of course, we don't know that as of yet because the prosecution's witness list is under seal, but I would expect that he will testify, and it'd be crazy for the prosecution not to put him on the stand to testify because he's an intricate component of the possible RICO and can testify to some of the things that he observed, can testify to patterns of behavior, patterns of abuse, violence, and all of those sorts of things. Not only that, but with respect to the second question, so the federal government and state governments, they're two separate jurisdictions. And he can essentially, in theory, depending on the state, be laterally prosecuted. Right now, he's only being prosecuted federally. If he is acquitted and there's a state that decides that they want to indict him and if they have a RICO statute, then they can absolutely do that.
Got another super chat question. I'll throw this to you, William. This is from Jay Atwood. Jay, thank you so much. Why is there no escort in the hotel beating video?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I suppose
he was in the room. He was in the room, never got out.
I suppose that's the answer. I suppose that's the answer. I mean, again, I think, look, we all know how compelling this video evidence is. We all know what happened in that hotel room. It was the first any of us learned about what was going on. And I think the video is damaging. There's no way around it. I think that Diddy's apology a couple days later is particularly damning. Whether or not there are other folks in the room, you know, one of the questions that we often have here is why did no one come to the aid of any of these women who are being beaten up? Those are all good questions. I think we had one witness testify that he jumped on the back of Diddy in order to stop the beating.
Deontay Nash and Mia both said that. Yep.
And, you know, and that was testimony from a few days ago. But, you know, I think people were scared of this guy. And I think that's why we didn't see anyone running out in the hallway when there was this beating going on. And again, there's no sound to the video. It had to have been horrific. And I think those folks were staying in that room, and I think they were staying in that room on purpose.
Well, if it is Jules, if the jury accepts that Jules was in that room, I feel like he's got to testify, right? I mean, you know, it's one thing to have the Punisher testify, who I actually thought might have hurt the prosecution's case, because he ultimately said that he didn't, from what he saw, everything looked consensual. It looked like, you know, Cassie, she didn't exhibit any signs of being uncomfortable. Maybe he was there just to establish that, hey, freak-offs happened and he was paid. But yeah, I think that Jules is probably an important witness if they can get him to testify. By the way, today's been a lot about tech, right? So we put up a poll, and we put up a poll on YouTube, and we had that forensic expert who testified about the surveillance footage. Do you believe surveillance footage shown can be trusted if verified by a forensic video expert? And 89% of you said yes, 11% say no. But talking about tech issues, I just got an update from court. So they are told to return to the jury room. The judge said, jurors, we have some tech issues, have to go under the tables. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room just for your comfort. We'll bring you back in a few minutes. We'll see what's going on there. Okay, Saf, another question from you. This is for Merlene Spies. Why are some people using pseudonyms, yet there are a few that may have appeared in the Diddy documentary, as some sound so familiar when I listen to Elizabeth? So that's why are some using pseudonyms?
You know, for this particular purpose, it seems that the government or the court has ruled that they can continue to operate under this Jane Doe status or some type of pseudonym to protect their privacy, the possibility of maybe threats of danger, things like that, to protect their privacy with respect to certain things. And you see that a lot when there's like, you know, sexually transmitted disease type cases and things like that. But the fact that we can probably put two and two together on who's who, comparing them to the civil cases, you know, it's very, you know, possible that these are these same individuals, but have just been granted the ability to go under the pseudonym as they are testifying and as witnesses here in the criminal trial.
Misty, got a question here from Low Key Shamar. Will Brian Steele bringing up Mia's Instagram post come back to bite him when Christina Quorum testifies? And the prosecution brings up Diddy calling her his right hand and how she's crucial to his life on his own IG post.
Well, I think that's actually a really astute point. And here's what I'll say about defense strategy broadly, because you never really know what's going to come up during testimony, but you, of course, anticipate anything and everything. But to answer this question, from a defense perspective, you never look at one witness in a vacuum. You don't say, what can we extract from this particular witness on cross-examination because it's going to dirty up this witness or it's going to make a one minute point. You're looking at the case very globally. So when you're doing your cross-examination, you're thinking about the implications of any particular piece of information that you're going to elicit. And from a defense perspective, you're always trying to get your narrative out through your cross. You're trying to impeach the credibility of witnesses. You're trying to show that maybe the way they told the story on direct is that there's more to it. And then you're also trying to tell the defense narrative because your client is more likely than not, especially in this case, not going to testify. So how do you get the story out? You do it through other witnesses. So I would say that it could happen. It could end up being something that shoots them in the foot. But my guess is that was not lost on them. And they are thinking about it, and they're making sure that however they're going to deal with the cross of that witness, that it's going to gel and it's going to jive and it's going to come together during their summation.
Look, I will say it doesn't take away from what Mia might have alleged, but at the same time, I mean, and what I mean that is it's potentially true everything she said about being sexually assaulted by Sean Combs. At the same time, her social media posts, her texts, her behavior, her alleged wanting to stay in contact and work with Sean Combs, that hurts her credibility and it complicates the case. And I think that, yeah, Misty, I mean, look, I think it complicates the case and why I think this deliberation process may take some time. But then again, you get the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes, this forensic psychologist, who says victim abuser relationships are very, very complicated, and there could be times when something appears to be inconsistent with being abused, but that might not be the case.
Here's where I think this case is actually quite interesting because it's largely based on the personal relationships of Sean Combs, right? We know with sex trafficking, we've got Jane who's going to testify, and we know the nature of her testimony. It's going to be about a personal relationship, which the prosecutors say is force, fraud, and coercion and goes to sex trafficking. Same with Cassie. But it doesn't just end with romantic partners. It also extends to employees and longtime employees. And this is where Mia is particularly of interest because there's reasons for her testimony. It's corroborative of Cassie Ventura. It also shows that overarching pattern of control and the use of violence and threats in order to get those in his orbit, whether it be personal relationships or employment relationships, to comply. But she's also a witness that the prosecutors are using as part of one of the predicate crimes for racketeering, which is forced labor. And forced labor is also a standard of force, fraud, and coercion. So I heard the seeds of this being sown into the prosecutor's direct, where she's saying, well, basically I lived at his house. He made me run out without shoes. He would take away my phone. He threw a computer, turkey meat, whatever it is. But then when you're thinking about contemporaneous, remember, we're looking back to the time frame. What are you thinking at the time? That's where the messages about I love you, post dating her employment, and I would do anything for you, are really detrimental to that forced labor narrative. But here's where I also think jurors can have very divergent views on that. Some people can think of their own personal experience with work and say, well, why wouldn't you just quit? Others might say, I've been in a situation where I really felt stuck and trapped. So I do think it undercut the forced labor narrative quite a bit, though.
Safa, we got a super chat question from CM. CM, thank you so much. Can or will prosecutors bring up rumors that Diddy is responsible for the death of Kim Porter and others previously close to him? I would probably say no, but your thoughts?
Absolutely not. It's not relevant to this case. And if they attempt to do that, I'm sure that the defense is going to do everything to keep it out. It's not relevant whatsoever. So, I think that would be, the prosecution would be playing pretty fast and loose if they tried to do that. They're running the risk of a potential mistrial, I think, if they do that as well. But I don't expect that they're going to do that. As they prosecute this case, they're bound to do it with integrity and things of that nature. So not only that, but other prior bad acts, you can't bring them in as evidence to show that an individual acted in conformity with that prior bad act. So I highly doubt that'll be coming in here.
And they do have to tie it back to a criminal enterprise here. It's not like every single bad thing that Combs did or allegedly did can come in. They're very specific about what this case is. Okay, so we have an update from court. So Brianna Bongolan back on the stand. Let me tell you what's been happening, and we'll get everybody's perspective here. This is the prosecutor asks, what happened on the balcony? Bongolan says, I was there. Now was there. Who is there? Cassie and my ex-girlfriend at the time. What were you doing? Sleeping on the couch with my ex. Doing drugs? I don't recall. What did you do when Mr. Combs arrived? I took my ex-girlfriend to the bathroom. I went, shh. Why? I didn't want to expose her to what I saw. Then went out on the balcony and either lit the blunt or was about to. Mr. Combs came up behind me on the balcony. He lifted me up and put me on the railing. Can you show us how he held you? To myself, show us. How much did you weigh? I can't say because of the drugs, but around 115 pounds. You know, William, this is really interesting. Oh, by the way, another update. What did Mr. Combs scream at you? He yelled, "You know what the bleep you did?" I said back, "I don't know what the bleep I did." How long did he hold you there? How long it takes you to say that multiple times, "You know what the bleep you did." William, it's very, very specific, but it's important, right? Because it goes to this idea, what an allegation. What an allegation of repeated violence, but physically, practically, did this actually happen, right? That's why I think they're getting into specifics here, no?
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, again, this testimony is testimony that we all anticipated. I mean, we knew about the balcony incident for some time, and I think that the prosecution is going to draw it out again to show this pattern of violence that Diddy engages in when people upset him or when he perceives that he's upset by folks. Again, this is the beginning of a long series of questions about what's going on that balcony.
I have another question for you. This is a super chat question from Nene. Nene, thank you so much. I'll stick with you, William. Can the government use Diddy's apology video as evidence of Diddy's integrity? At first, Diddy denied Cassie's claims. It's why you did her civil suit. If we're questioning Cassie or others, why not Puffy? Okay, let me just think about that. So let me go back again to you, William. Let me repeat this question. Can the government use Diddy's apology video? So again, the video where he's apologizing for the 2016 footage that was published by CNN. Can they use his apology video as evidence of Diddy's integrity? At first, Diddy denied Cassie's claims. It's why did you file the civil suit? If we're questioning Cassie or others, why not Puffy? Yeah, I get that. So it kind of goes to, yeah, his change of stance, right?
Sure. So I think first of all, the answer is yes, they can use the video. I don't think they can use it to show his integrity, but I certainly think that they can use it to show that it's an admission of, again, his acknowledgement of his own pattern of violent conduct. It's not like he apologizes in some offhand way, like, "I'm sorry, you think this happened." It's a pretty straightforward apology. So absolutely the government can use that, and I anticipate the government will.
Okay, we have an update from court, Misty. The prosecutor asks, what next? Mongolan says, he threw me on the balcony furniture. Were you injured? I didn't know at first. What'd Cassie say? Along the lines of, did you just hang her over the balcony? And then I heard her girlfriend is in the house. So, by the way, if you read her lawsuit that she filed against Sean Combs, it's very consistent with that account. What are you taking away from this? What do you think the jury is taking away from this? What value does she have in the overall case?
So I would say the value is definitely more on this aspect of what the prosecutors want the jury to view all of the evidence. And it's through a framework of a pattern of conduct where Combs abuses women and abuses, not just women, right, abuses everyone in his sphere for the purposes of getting them to comply or to cover up his crimes. So to me, what's really important here, and obviously the detail, that all speaks to credibility. The devil's in the details, right? That the more detailed the story, the jury is going to be listening. They're going to be hearing this kind of very sensational, horrific story. But where I think prosecutors are going to need to close the loop on this is the why. So why is he doing this? Why is he dangling over the balcony? Now, is it because he's a terrible, horrible guy who's violent? Yeah, that's bad. But is it because he's trying to stop her from reporting something to police? Is it because he wants her to cover something up? Is it because he wants her to not show the violence that he is doing towards Cassie Ventura? So when you're talking about all these individual incidents, right, all these terrible crimes that are being committed, the key for prosecutors is to link them up with some level of what's called continuity. And that's going to be in the jury instruction, that it has to do with the furtherance of this criminal enterprise, that they're not just these individual horrible, terrible, horrific crimes, horrible treatment of women, but it's something a bit more. So I think the why is what we're going to see the prosecutors get to.
Can I ask you a question about this, Rico? So here's the thing. This came up on cross-examination yesterday when they were questioning the CFO. And they basically asked at the end, the defense asked at the end, you ever see him commit any crimes? You ever see him, can you say this, sex trafficking, this sexual abuse benefited his businesses? And I think we learned yesterday there was a lot of money with the businesses, right? That's not what the prosecution is necessarily saying, that, the racketeering enterprise was to benefit all of his businesses as much as it was to benefit him as the leader, right? If it was to fulfill, you tell me, is it to fulfill his sexual fantasies? And if he's happy, the businesses do well. Again, what's the end goal?
Well, so prosecutors wrote in the indictment that his businesses are fronts for his criminal enterprise. And the criminal enterprise is to fuel his sexual desires.
By
right?
the way, he said no, the CFO.
Absolutely. And so here, Jesse, here is where my hitch is with the RICO case, because that's what prosecutors are in the indictment. We always have to go back to the indictment to see what we're looking at. So they're trying to link the businesses with Combs. So they're saying there's this intrinsic link between the two. And that's why you heard questions about, where did these funds come from? Were they intermingled? Were there personal expenses? To me, the most damaging part of testimony for the defense was the $20,000 that Cassie Ventura's father wired because in 2011, because he wanted money, and her mother testified that it was to stop him from harming her or to release these explicit videos. That went through the business. So those types of things, linking his personal conduct to the business, that's part of what the prosecutors are looking to do. That being said, what I think you're going to see, and this is actually just a little bit of forecasting, because prosecutors have said that their case is actually going to be shorter by 1 week. They're calling less witnesses. Defense behind the scenes said, well, now we have to change our case because there may be some witnesses on the prosecutor's witness list that we may want to call. And I expect that those people are going to be, and by the way, we don't know because the witness list is only being released just with a lot of discretion.
Sealed.
A couple days before the testimony. I think you're going to see potentially more individuals who were involved with Combs' businesses to get on the stand and say, what is the business purpose of Ciroc Vodka? It's to sell alcohol. What is the business purpose of the record label? Well, it's to have to form artists and to create music and to make money off of that. What about the clothing line? Well, it's to sell clothes. And it has nothing to do with anything like a racketeering conspiracy for his sexual desires, and separate him as a person from him as a businessman.
When I was interviewing Elizabeth about this, he was asked a question, Ferguson, what do you think about the fact that he's on trial? And he really didn't have an answer. And to me, I think that the jury could look at that and say, this guy's shocked. He had no idea that all this stuff was allegedly happening, which would be very different if he was part of this criminal enterprise using the resources and the money of the businesses to further criminal activity. Okay, Safa, back to you. We have a question here from Lily Gazarian. Hi, Jesse. Why is Diddy being tried in New York, but the houses were searched in LA and Miami?
So Diddy will be prosecuted in any one of the jurisdictions in which the criminal activity has occurred. And of course, this is a federal case, so the federal government has jurisdiction over this case. But they have the opportunity to say, okay, if some of the conduct occurred in New York, then we can prosecute him in New York. And of course, here we are with the Southern District of New York that filed the indictment against him. So because of that, and there may have been allegations that, occurred in Florida or occurred in California, and we did see that on video footage, but the government has the ability to say, okay, well, any location in which he engaged in that criminal activity, we can charge him. So under the federal umbrella, they ultimately chose to charge him in the state of New York, or in the Southern District of New York.
So we have an update from court, continued testimony of Brianna Bungolan, who just testified that Sean Combs dangled her off a balcony and then threw her into balcony furniture. She says, he left and I left. I wanted to take a shower. I felt disgusted. I saw a huge bruise on my leg with like a piercing in the middle and back and neck pain. And then apparently a photograph has been shown. Prosecutor says, is this photo a fair and accurate representation of your leg? Yes. Bungolan says, I called one of my managers and they said, if you're scared of anything else, just go to a chiropractor. Did you tell the chiropractor who done it to you? No. They asked, but I just paid and took the neck brace. William, between this alleged photo, the apparent photos of Cassandra Ventura's injuries, the 2016 tape, I think the jury is probably going to be settled with the fact that Sean Combs was violent, right? It becomes whether or not it amounts to a federal crime, but it's not going to be a stretch for them to say that he was violent. And I guess when you have the testimony of Jane coming up, where she is allegedly going to bring up multiple counts of being, attacked in different ways, the jury's probably going to accept it as true, right? It's going to be very difficult for the defense to say it didn't happen, that these attacks didn't happen. They're probably going to change the context of it. But, I was reading back to the opening statement from what we can expect from Jane's testimony. It seems to me like what she may say, the jury might accept as true.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, again, the hallmark of this case has just been the violence that this individual inflicts upon all these women. But again, if I were representing him, what I would say is, look, the fact that there's domestic violence does not equate to RICO. The fact that he is not somebody you would want anyone you love to be involved with romantically, that's not a federal offense. And we've talked about this before. This is a domestic violence case. This is assaultive behavior, but that doesn't necessarily get you from point A to point R for RICO. And there's a gap between those two. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, but if I were the defense attorney, that's what you'd have to argue, because as you correctly stated, I mean, the violence is there. There's nothing anyone can do about that.
By the way, I said that without even looking at the latest poll that we put up, but apparently we put up a poll that said, do visible injuries like black eye shown on FaceTime help support claims of domestic abuse? 87% say yes, 13% say no. Asafa, let me go to you. This is a question from Lisa5472. This is a question about KK, aka Christina Coram. Can KK be given a full immunity knowing her role in the Diddy enterprise? She seems to be just as guilty as Diddy in many of the charges. So making an assumption here, but what do you think?
She could absolutely be given full immunity. She has not been charged as a co-defendant here. So, of course, like we've seen with other witnesses, I think more recently, she may invoke, her right to remain silent or against self-incrimination and be granted immunity because of her role in how she conducted business with Mr. Combs. But again, she's not being prosecuted here. Could she have been indicted with Mr. Combs? It's very possible, but the government chose not to take that route. But she is testifying on their behalf, and there could be some sort of exchange, right? So testify on our behalf, testify to these things, and we won't prosecute you for X, Y, and Z or for your role in this RICO or enterprise. So definitely the possibility here. But again, she's not charged. Could they give her immunity as to what she's about to testify to? Absolutely.
Update in court, prosecutor asks Ms. Mongolian, is the neck brace in this photo of you? Mongolian responds, yes. Did you ever talk with Mr. Combs about this? I said, I don't want any problems with you. He didn't say anything. When did you last see them? January 2nd, 2018. All right, I saved a question towards the end of our discussion here, and I want an opinion from all three of you. Misty, I'll start with you. This is a great question from Athar. In your opinion, is it harder to be on the defense or prosecution side, especially with everything we have seen so far?
Well, I would say in general, it is harder to be on the defense side in the Southern District, New York. The Southern District, New York has a conviction rate. Some people say it's like 90-something%. That's not really true because a lot of these cases plead out. And it's part of that statistic. But it's more like 85. And that is a huge number. So there is most certainly a real record in the Southern District, New York, with respect to successful conviction rate in these cases. So I would say it's hard to be on the defense side. And another reason specific to this case, you have a case where you have to concede that you've got a terrible abuser who's violent, who beats women. Admittedly, he's a bad guy in so many ways. And you say to the jury, he's a horrible, terrible guy who beats women, abuses his partners. But he just doesn't do the bad things the prosecutor said. And that is a real hard distinction for a jury to make. He's a real terrible guy, but just not in this way. He's a bad guy this way, not that way. So to me, it's the only defense here, but it's a challenging one.
I don't know. I mean, William, I talked to people at the beginning of this case, and they're like, I just don't see racketeering. I just don't see sex trafficking. These are such high burdens, so many elements they have to fill. Is the prosecution doing it? I'll throw the question to you from Athar. Is it harder to be on the prosecution or defense given everything we've seen so far?
I think it's much harder to be on the defense. And again, I don't want to repeat everything Misty said, but candidly, you've got a client here who is clearly a very violent, very abusive individual. And not only that, a very powerful individual. And as we've talked about before, one of the questions that everyone's asking is, is he going to testify? Trust me, the prosecution would love for him to testify, and the defense attorneys really don't want him to. So keeping your client off the stand is something that's difficult to do. It's their constitutional right to testify if they so choose. And that conversation is going to be a very difficult one. And I don't envy his attorneys I wouldn't want to be in that room. That's going to be a very challenging conversation.
So William, Misty, they both agree it's harder for the defense, but Safa, of course, believes it's harder for the prosecution, right? She's going to take a different perspective.
Well, I'll take that perspective for just a second. I think the difficulty for the prosecution here is going to be to essentially show that his businesses were for the purpose or a cover-up for his bad conduct. I think that, he was an artist, he developed many artists. I think his primary motivation was to be this record executive, producer, and discover things. And he just so happens to be not the greatest individual who engages in these things. Not that these businesses were set up for him to conduct these bad acts. So that's the one thing. But I will have to agree with my colleagues on this one. I do think that it's much more difficult for the defense in this aspect. When the jurors are sitting and listening to these cases, in this case in particular, they are bringing their life experiences. So some of these jurors may have loved ones and individuals who, have been victims of domestic violence themselves and things of that nature. So the judge is going to instruct them not to take any sympathy or favor to a particular witness or victim and just stick to the facts. But these jurors are human. They may have certain feelings and opinions about domestic violence, which would have been vetted during the jury selection process. But you never know. Sometimes jurors aren't as forthcoming as we would like them to be. And it really puts the defense in a danger zone when you really don't know, what the jury might be thinking. And you have to admit that, yes, my client is not the greatest human being who does engage in domestically violent acts and activities. So I would have to agree with my colleagues.
Fantastic responses from my all-star panel. I wouldn't expect anything less. Before we wrap things up, a couple of updates here. So first of all, the prosecutor's continuing questioning Miss Bongolan says, are you aware Cassie included in the balcony incident in her complaint? She says, yes, I told her she had facts wrong. It wasn't in a hotel. And Tiffany, have you talked with Cassie about your testimony or hers? Mm-hmm. No. I have nightmares. I scream. How do you remember? I tattooed the date on myself. Why? It's the day I decided to get sober. It was a New Year's Eve thing in Miami at the one hotel. Puff, Cassie, and I did 8 hours of ketamine together. So you can already see that there's going to be avenues for exploring on cross-examination by the defense. First of all, I want to thank my all-star panel, Safa Robinson-Ferrer, William Corman, Misty Maris. You all are terrific. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. You guys are all stars. And everybody out there for your terrific questions. We have such a great audience who has such smart questions. And by the way, we've talked about it a lot. We have a sidebar that's coming out later today where we're actually taking the 2016 video and all of the circumstances surrounding it, everything that's flowed out of it, and saying, has that just proven every charge or almost every charge in this case? Hope everybody can check it out. And also, we're going to have a sidebar where we do a court recap with Elizabeth Milner on everything that happened in court today. But again, thank you to all my guests. Thank you to you out there. I'm Jesse Weber. We'll catch you next time.